here to be there with you guys. However, due to some logistics issue, I couldn't get the visa in time. So since I will not be able to be presenting in person, I will be presenting remotely, virtually via WebEx. My contact details will be in the slides. Please do feel free to. What we'll be talking about right now is the technical update. So as far as I understood, yesterday you went through the curriculum update, which talks about our changes in the words of the curricula that we have right now. So as you may know now, we have new courses, so not just focusing on CCNA, IT Essentials, CCNP, and so on and so forth. We are also going into IoT. We have quite a number of IoT courses coming up. We have the programming course coming up, and so on and so forth. So all of this has been covered yesterday. What I will be talking about it right now is the slide deck. Let me share that. So by the way, I do see the room with everybody in it. Now it's in a very small scale, so if someone raises their hand, I will not be able to see it, unfortunately. But you may relay your question through Eugene. So I'll be making a pause every now and then just to check in the chat if there's any message from Eugene. So if you have any question, if anything is not clear, please do send your comment or your question to Eugene. So let me share my slide and my desktop. So 1 second. Okay, there you go. So going full screen mode, or actually let me go to presenter mode. 1 second. Slides, and then I want it in window. Great. So just to confirm, Eugene, can you let me know here? I can't see your screen. I can't see your video. So if you can let me know via chat that you can see it, you or Imo or Alfie. If someone can confirm that you can see my screen. Okay, perfect. Thanks. Great. So this is a technical update. These are my contact details. This is my email address. Please do feel free to contact me. Now, when I talk about technical update, what do you mean? Well, it goes from certification to equipment to netteka.com, our platform, to equipment, to Global IPD Week, to Facebook, and the list goes on. So anything, let's say, that is not curriculum-centric, it falls under the technical update. So over here, any question you may have, you may raise. Now, first of all, talking about certifications, this is an area that is an ever-changing. So every few years we have a change in the structure. We may have new certifications coming in. We may have certifications that are going out. Now we're looking at our courses. Our courses are aligned to these industry certifications. So we have 10, 15, 20 courses. Some of them are aligned with industry certifications. This is the list over here. So we've got IT Essentials that is aligned with A+. We've got CCNA that is aligned to CCENT and CCNA RNS. And we've got CCNA Security aligned to the CCNA Security Industry Certification. And we've got the CCNA RNS course that is aligned to the CCNP RNS Industry Certification. Now these are the certifications, but if you go to cisco.com, and this is the link over here on the bottom of the screen, you can have more details on all the courses that you have in mind. So these are all certifications, all the professional certifications from Cisco. There are other certifications that are either product specialist certifications or sales certifications, but we will not be tackling those over here. What you see over here, it's a screenshot that I took yesterday from the Cisco certifications page. The latest addition over here is the CCNA Cyber Ops. which is this line over the third line. Now, the CCNA Cyber Ops, this is a certification that has just been released. The content, it's not NetAcad content, but some of it has some cross-reference with the Intro to Cybersecurity and the Cybersecurity Essentials courses on NetAcad. So this is something that is extremely interesting, and this is to highlight the fact that cybersecurity is extremely important. So what yesterday Eugene was talking about, the cybersecurity course or courses, this is to tell you that cybersecurity, this is something extremely important. It's picking up speed. Everybody in the industry is talking about it. So that's why make sure that you and your students, you go through those courses. The courses that we have right now on cybersecurity, they are awareness courses. However, they do raise your awareness to a high level. So try to go through those courses, even if it's just for your information, just go through the courses because definitely you will learn a lot from them. We see the cloud track that has been added recently. We have the CCNA Cloud and then the CCNP Cloud courses that have been, or certifications that have been released. We've got recently a change in what was previously known as voice and video tracks. So now they have been merged and it's now called the collaboration. So we've got the CCNA collaboration, CCNP collaboration, and CCIE collaboration. We used to have the service provider ops and the service provider track, but now it's just the service provider track. We have the industrial CCNA, which is, let's say, the certification that is quite towards the IoT, the Internet of Things. So this is very interesting. And you see the CCENT, it is considered as a prerequisite for the design, the RNS, security, and the wireless tracks, which have a lot of networking in them. So that's why CCENT continues to be a very important and essential certification. So if you're training the CCNA RNS 1 and 2, ask your students if they would like to go for the CCENT certification, because from there they can branch out to the CCNA security certification, or maybe the wireless or the design, which are of course outside the scope of NetAcad, but still it might be in the students, career pathway. So maybe they are choosing this pathway and they want to go for the design. So make sure you tell them, hey, pass the CCENT and then you'll be able to sit for the design exam. Now, just to note that CCENT or CCNA RNS is accepted. So to go for the CCDA, which is Cisco Certified Design Associate, the prerequisite can be your CCENT or it can be your CCNA RNS. Vouchers, they continue to be a very important element in NetAcad. We do offer some vouchers to the instructors and to the students. So as you see over here on the table, we've got vouchers for, so if we talk about student vouchers, we have them for CCENT, CCNA, and CCNA Security. We've got also for the Linux Essentials. Now, students, they do not necessarily know about those vouchers. So it's our shared responsibility to let our students know about it, because they could greatly benefit from this discount voucher. We're talking 58% discount on the cost of the exam. That's for CCENT and CCNA, and we're talking 50% for the CCNA Security. This is a huge cost savings. Now, for the instructors, we have for the CCNA, this is the composite exam, as well as the security exam, we're talking 70% discounts. Now, those, of course, they apply for the new and fresh instructors, which means that if, let's say, today you are taking a CCNA instructor course or CCNA security instructor course, then you are eligible to benefit from the discount voucher. You see over here the let's say, criteria to fall under the category of being eligible to receive a voucher. You got 75% on the first attempt on the final exam, of your whether it's ICND2, which is CCNA4, or the CCENT exam, which is CCNA2 or CCNA Security. So these are regarding the vouchers. Now, Eugene will be talking in a bit about CCNA, and he will deep dive on CCNA, the new CCNA, and the changes on CCNA. Regarding vouchers, the vouchers that you ask today for CCNA, they are not for the, let's say, current / old CCNA, which is the 200-120 exam. They are for the new CCNA RNS, which is 200-125. So, in terms of NetAcad version numbers, the vouchers that you request today are not valid for the CCNA RNS version 5, but they are valid for the CCNA RNS version 6. The version 5, the last date to take that exam is in 3 days. So you've got until Saturday to take your the current CCNA exam, in case you wish to do that. But otherwise, if you're planning on certifying for CCNA, you have to aim for the new certification exam. Now, to get more information on the vouchers, there's one location that contains pretty much everything you need to know about that. When you go to netacad.com, on the program, you've got Cisco certification and vouchers. Click on that, and then over there you'll get all the information you need with regard to the vouchers. Now, one thing to note about vouchers, actually give me 1 second and I'll add it over here on the slides, because I have it ready over here, and probably it would be a good idea to add it over here. So let me put that, copy, and then over here. Okay, and then there you go. So showing again the vouchers. When you get a voucher, voucher is linked to your Cisco ID. A Cisco ID is whenever you go for a Cisco exam, you get a Cisco ID. Whenever you request a voucher will be issued for you, and then you will get a Cisco ID. So what will happen is that in case sometimes, if you are already certified, you have another certification, and you request a voucher, if your email address on netacad.com is not the same as your profile on your previous Cisco ID, you will get duplicate Cisco IDs. This is the thing you don't want to have. So make sure that when you request a voucher, if you already have a Cisco ID, which means that you have already passed some certification exam, make sure you use the same email address in order not to get two Cisco IDs. Now, let me stop over here for a couple of seconds. So I've been presenting for about 10 or 12 minutes. Let me check in the chat if there's any question. So Eugene, can you let me know if there's any question from the audience so that we tackle what we have covered so far? So if there's any question on certifications or vouchers, please let me know. I'll be waiting for, and I haven't received a notification.
So we have a question. Just to clarify, I will be relaying questions to Mark, okay?
Actually, Eugene, you talked about voucher for CPA C++ yesterday. That's 51% discount, and you didn't mention it. I don't know. Is it?
Okay. Yeah. Good question. Thank you. Let me relay this question to Mark. Is this a very long question? Guys, can you kill the speakers, please? So, Mark, we have a question. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yesterday, I was talking about the C++ SANS.
If I remember correct, frankly, I can't remember the percentage, but I'll check that right after my presentation. I'll take a note of that because, frankly, I can't remember the percentage. So I'll get that and I'll get it back to you guys right after my presentation. So I'll take a note of that. Okay. You see, I'm taking a note over here. Voucher percentage for CPP exam. Okay, so I'll get back to you right after my presentation. I'll send the, okay, so it's 51%. Oh yes, yes. The C++ exam, it gives you a 51% discount on the cost of the exam, which is from the C++ Institute. So there you go.
Do we have any other
another
questions?
question?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I'm moving on. Next topic is Packet Tracer 7. Before I proceed forward, I would like to ask a question, and maybe Eugene can give me a rough percentage. How many of the attendees over here have downloaded and used... Oh, sorry, we have a question. Okay.
Yes, sir. You talked about duplicate Cisco ID. So what happens if that was a mistake and have a duplicate Cisco ID? What can be done to rectify that? Yes, I have another. Then I was trying to edit my name. Is it still possible on the Cisco certification track?
Okay, thanks for the question, and let me relay it to Mark. And I suggest if you have any more questions, let's push them to the end, okay? After the session, because Mark cannot hear us. This is the problem. So, speakers are off. Can you please switch off the speakers, guys? Mark? Yeah, there is another question in the audience, and I suggest push all other questions to the end of the session because you can hear us. So let me relay this specific question. The question is about duplicate IDs. And the question is what can be done if the person already has
different from NetAcad support team. Now over here you have to talk to, when you go to Cisco certification support, this is the link over here, you have to submit the request to them. So that actually, the text over here, I have copied it from the FAQ. So if you go to Cisco certifications, you search for in the FAQ for how to merge multiple Cisco IDs, you get this as a list. Now what you need to do, as you can see over here, you go to that page, you log in, and then you put your ticket, so basically your Cisco IDs and whatever other relevant information, and then the certifications team will have them merged together. So as a bottom line, you have to contact Cisco certification support through this link over here. You can contact them, open a ticket, and then tell them, okay, I have those two Cisco IDs and I would like to merge them together. And they will do that merge for you. It will take few days, but they will do that for you, and they will merge all the records together. So if you have passed over here CCNA, RNS, and then over here you have passed CCNA security, and then you would like to have them merged, So you contact them, they will merge them together, they will keep one of the Cisco IDs, and then that ID will contain your both records.
Okay? Yeah. Thank you.
I believe that answers the question. So Eugene, do I proceed with the presentation and then we'll take all the questions at the end? I think it's also better because pausing, muting, unmuting the speakers, I think it's taking a lot of time. Okay, perfect, thanks. Okay, now Packet Tracer 7, as I was saying a bit earlier, I would like Eugene just to give me a rough percentage. How many of the instructors over here have downloaded Packet Tracer version 7 and played a bit with the IoT devices, or have seen what are the new, let's say, features or functionalities of Packet Tracer? Of course, it still has the core networking functions, such as routing and switching, but it has a lot of IoT stuff. So out of the hundreds or 150 or maybe 200 instructors available now in this room, how many more or less have went through Packet Tracer? So a rough percentage, talking 10%, 20, 30, 50%, or 100%? So just raise your hands. I will raise my hand. 5%. Okay. So, 5 persons. Okay. So does that include you, Eugene? I'm kidding. So, Packet Tracer 7, that's actually a huge jump from Packet Tracer 6.x. So if you're saying, okay, I've got version 6, version 7 is just one version after it, no, you're very wrong. You have to download Packet Tracer version 7 today. Why? Because there are so many new features and functionalities that have been added that simply didn't exist in Packet Tracer version 6. Now, all of these features, most of them are outside of the scope, let's say, of CCNA. Of course, it has some more support for CCNA and CCNA security command set, but the real difference between Packet Tracer version 6.3 and 7.0 is the IoT aspect. So it still, of course, provides for the simulation, visualization, activity wizards. Those things haven't changed. They're still there. They are still considered as absolutely a great tool, for you to create an exam or create a lab assessment or a homework for your students. This is absolutely amazing. I love Packet Tracer Wizard, the activity wizard. But this highlights some of the features of the pre-version 7, so version 6.3, such as the isomorphs. But in version 7, you see over here, we have a lot of the IoT devices that have some programming capability. So yes, programming. If you are a JavaScript fan, or if you are a Python fan, or if you like visual programming, then you will love Packet Tracer version 7, because it allows you to do a lot of configs, a lot of programming for your devices, pretty much similarly to what would you do on a Raspberry Pi, for instance. Because out of the many devices that we have, so let me jump to the devices first. You see all those devices? We got many of them that are networking oriented, such as the router and the switches over here. But what you see to the right hand side, these are some IoT devices. You see there's a fan over here, there's a push button, there's a LED, there's a LCD screen, there's a traffic light, there's whatever you want to, traffic light, you can do it with the LEDs over here. So all the elements for you to create a smart home or a smart city. Of course, a model for a smart home or a model for a smart city. This is absolutely amazing, and each of those devices can be configured and can be programmed, and you can have your own custom devices. This is what's absolutely amazing in Packet Tracer version 7. So it's so big that you it's impossible for you to master Packet Tracer version 7 in 1 hour. You need to really spend a lot of time, and the more you work on it, the more you learn more features in it. What is new in version 7? There's a lot of HTTP server improvements, but then if we look at where is it? Okay, over here, the other changes, okay, on the right hand side. I don't know if you can see actually my mouse pointer, but in any case, I'm looking at the right hand side under other changes. You see over here there's quite a number of features and protocols that are required for CCNA, the new version of CCNA that is being released right now.
Sorry for that, we need the laptop over there to be reconnected to the internet. And we will proceed with the presentation.
you hear me now? And can you see me? Okay, because I have the YouTube channel on and I can only see your some more let's say resources for you. So now we've got the tutorials, but next month we have the Global IPD Week, which I'll be talking about in a bit. Now Global IPD Week, every edition of Global IPD Week we focus on something specific. Next one, which will be in September, it will be around Packet Tracer. It doesn't mean that all the sessions are on Packet Tracer, but a good number of sessions will be around Packet Tracer. So make sure you register for next session of Global IPD Week and you attend attend all sessions in Global IPD Week. Now, how to get Packet Tracer? You can simply click on that link, or you can navigate through netacad.com and you'll be able to download the latest version of Packet Tracer. Now, let me skip this part. Okay, or the communities. We have the communities are still a bit active in Packet Tracer. Over there you can download a lot of the activities and games that have been created by your fellow instructors. And I take this opportunity over here to ask if you, anyone over here has created an interesting Packet Tracer activity, do teleport that to the community so that other instructors can benefit from that. Now, about 2 years ago, we launched Packet Tracer on Android, and last year we launched it on the iOS, so on your iPads. So in case you have a tablet, you or your students, you have a tablet, then you can download Packet Tracer and use it just the same way as you use it on your desktop, with some, of course, reduced functionalities, but still not functionality within the router per se, but functionality in terms of activity wizard emulation or going to physical and simulation tab and all of that. But still it allows you to practice on your devices and your labs, and allows you also to create a certain activity on the PC edition and then do it on the Android edition or iOS edition, because they use the same engine. Over here we've got the links to download this or that. Find it and download it. Really geared towards specifically, or most importantly, students, because students aren't really exposed to Global IPD Week, which is specific for instructors, so they're not really getting trained on Packet Tracer. So this course over here, it is a jump start for our students. It allows them to better understand what is Packet Tracer and how to work with Packet Tracer. So make sure to share this with your students. They can actually self-enroll in it, or you can actually create that course and enroll them in it. So this course can be offered in two ways, either the instructor-led option or the self-enroll option. In terms of equipment, as a technical manager in NetAcad, and I believe over here Eugene agrees, we all receive some questions. We receive questions from the community of instructors, and they always tell us, what is the latest equipment list? And that question, the answer is, it's on NetAcad. Whenever you are in doubt about what is the exact model number of the switch you have to purchase, or what router you have to purchase, or what is the ASA as part of your bundle, just go to Program, to NetAcad. Under Program, you click on Equipment Information, and that gives you access to a page that contains all the description of all the bundles that we have in NetAcad, as well as how to. Now, I do sometimes receive someone has a first generation router. Would that support iOS version 15? Natively, no, but with some upgrades, yes. So what you can do, or what you should do, is upgrade the RAM and the flash, and by doing that you will be able to have iOS version 15 on those routers. Keep in mind that those routers, they are considered as old routers. So now we're talking the second generation, which are the 1900 and the 2900 series routers. So this is over here the model description. You see the routers, we're talking about the second generation. The switches, we've got the 2960s and the 3650s, and we've got the ASA, which is the ASA 5505. Now, when you click on that link that I showed you a bit earlier, you can have more information on the equipment list, how to buy bundles, and very importantly, the NetAcad maintenance. Now, NetAcad maintenance, in case you're not aware of that or you haven't heard about it, NetAcad maintenance, it allows you to refresh your iOSs or to download new versions of your iOS. So let's say you have your 1941 router and you bought it about a year ago, and since then there has been a new version of your iOS. What do? Well, you can always reach out to your to someone from Cisco or Cisco partner, asking them for the SmartNet agreement so that you are able to download iOS and so on and so forth. But you can actually, you as instructor, you have the NetAcad maintenance, which provides you free access to download the iOS. So you can go on cisco.com and download an iOS. There's a specific list of iOSs that you can download. Naturally speaking, you cannot download an iOS for AFR 9K, for example. You have to download iOSs for the equipment of NetAcad, but you can download them, and at the same time, you can also download and activate the security technology package. Now, what is the security technology package? This is something you need for running your CCNA security and your CCNP labs. The security technology package unlocks the features such as IPS, VPN, and encryption, and so on and so forth. So without activating the security technology package, you will not be able to run those. So actually, your current CCNA equipment can be turned into CCNA security equipment and or CCNP equipment just by activating this security summarizes the process of how can you get that NetAcad maintenance assigned or attributed to your account. Of course, the details of this will on this video a bit earlier, and again you will have access to the slides following the event, so you can look more closely at the details of these building blocks over here in this flowchart. iOS for teaching CCNA security and CCNP, as I said, the regular iOS, and you have to upgrade or download the security technology package for free, of course, using NetAcad maintenance. Now, collaboration and professional development. By saying collaboration, I look at collaboration between you as instructors of NetAcad and the remaining instructors globally Now, what is like live or recordings? By ways of hands, if Eugene, if you can let me know the approximate percentage or the number of persons. So via chat, if you can let me know more or less the number of people or percentage. So raise your hand. I'll be raising my hand as well. Okay, repeat the question. How many of the instructors, more or less, are participating in Global IPD Week? Can you hear me, or am I still breaking up? Okay, roughly 10%. So, to the 90% I'm addressing myself right now. You guys are missing a lot. This week, as you see, next one will be from 26 to 30 September. Every quarter, so almost one every 3 months, we offer 1 week full of technical sessions, program updates, instructor forum. We have localized sessions in other languages. So it's 1 week where all or most of the technical managers, they focus all their efforts to deliver to the instructors some useful content, some technical sessions around technical topics in general and specific to a certain theme. So the next edition will be 26 to 30 September, which is end of next month. And it will be around Packet Tracer version 7. Now, as I said a bit earlier, it doesn't mean that everything will be around Packet Tracer version 7. But we will have maybe 2, 3, 4 technical sessions around Packet Tracer version 7. The previous version, it was in June, and it was focused on the new version of CCNA, where we went through all the new topics of CCNA RNS. The version before that was in March, and again in March we also covered many of the new topics of CCNA. The version before that was in December, and we focused on IoT. So every Global IPD Week we focus on a certain specific topic, and we provide other technical sessions. So as you see over here, it's once a quarter. We have updates from the team, and usually it's the technical team that offers this. This is a screenshot of what we offered on the March and the June IPD Week. As you see, those two Global IPD Weeks were focused on the new content of CCNA. So every one of those topics was either a 15-minute recording or a one-hour webinar around that topic, which is part of the new CCNA. So basically, with your knowledge of CCNA RNS version 5, which is available today, and with those topics that you see over here in front of you, with the trainings that you have received or you will receive if you visit the materials by visiting those pages, those links over here, then you will build up the required knowledge to be able to teach the new version of CCNA RNS, which is version 6. You see over here quality of service, HSRP, network programming, eBGP, PVOE, OSPF, switch stacking, IPv6, VTP, DTP, again QoS, network testing, and CDP, LLDP, and TP. All those, they have been covered by us. So if you have any concern about them, if you have, let's say, one topic that you are not very much familiar with, then you can simply click on one of the links over here, enroll in the course, and view those sessions. Now, further to that, from your landing page, your instructor landing page, so under the Teach tab, next, so on the bottom right of your screen, there's IPD opportunities. If you click on that, it gives you another page that contains quite a number of resources. such as the Global IPD Week. So always list the last Global IPD Week over here. So as you can see, we give information on the June Global IPD Week. There's the Academy Orientation course. There's the GIR, the Global Instructor Resources, which is basically the Global Instructor Resources is one location that has everything or a lot of the technical sessions that have been previously offered. We have categories, so you can go into IPv6 and learn more about IPv6. You can click on security and learn more about security, and so on and so forth. This GIR, the global students. So that's why whatever you learn over here, you can share not through a link, but through your teachings within the course to your students. On a regular basis. All the other courses. So today you are a CCNA instructor and you would like to go into CCNA security content to have some detail.
I'm sorry, I have a kind request to you. If you're trying to stream any videos or watch the live feed of video recording, could you please stop that to save bandwidth?
Middle East,
okay.
Africa, and Russia. So we are talking more than
Yeah, please, because so that we can have good sound, let's try to go off the internet so that this will help us. So please, if you're on the internet, can you just please go off on the internet? Actually, we're supposed not to have our laptop on during the presentation. Please, I want everybody, can you kindly close your laptop? Kindly close your laptop, please. Close your laptop, please. Please, kindly close your laptop, please. Thank you.
Explanation? Can't hear you. I'll turn off my video. I was at this video is okay. Let me share my video then. Eugene, I can see you. Can you see me? You can just use your hand. You can do a thumbs up. Great, perfect. Thanks. Okay, so I was at this slide, so let me repeat everything I said on this slide. The instructor professional development, it's an area that is exclusive for instructors. Well, I should say non-students. So if you are a non-student, then you can let's say benefit from this area, which provides you with a lot of content and a lot of knowledge. So from your Teach tab, which is only available to a non-student user, you have to click on IPD opportunities on the bottom right corner of your screen. Now, once you click on that, the next page you get has 4 important sections. The first one contains a reference to the previous IPD week, the previous global IPD week. As you see over here, this one was doing reference to the June global IPD week. The second one has information on the Academy Orientation course. Third one, extremely important, which is the Global Instructor Resources. Now this section, when you click on that, it actually takes you to a new course. And that new course, it contains some technical sessions and webinars around specific technical topics that are grouped into categories or sections. So if you're interested to learn more about IPv6, you click on the section IPv6 and then you learn more about IPv6. You would like to know more about security, then you click on that, and then this takes you to a list of webinars around security. So this area is extremely important, and as I said a bit earlier, it is only available to instructors. Now the last section, the preview course, this is a course that we have made available for instructors for them to get access to content without having the need to create a certain course. So for instance, you are a CCNA RNet instructor and you would like to learn a bit about CCNA security. Whether you want to learn it just for the sake of learning, or you want to learn it to go into CCNA security instructor training, or maybe some certification. Well, this course gives you access to the content. So definitely you should not take this content and share it with your students, because this is not geared towards teaching other students, but it allows you to increase your personal knowledge on this subject. Now the last area in professional development is Facebook. Now over here you see 2 Facebook groups, and I'm sure quite a number of you are available or active on either or both groups. These groups, the first one is for instructors of Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Russia. So you've got around 2,000 instructors available there that constantly keep on exchanging thoughts, questions, comments, feedback, and so on and so forth. So this group is extremely active, and you've got instructors from all over our region who are active there, as well as all TMs, technical managers. And then the second group, which is specifically for Africa, where Serge is more active than other technical managers. So make sure you join both groups in order to share or connect with other instructors in the region. Now, last section is is the new netacad.com. So you may have heard that we are working on changing how NetAcad works. And why we are doing that? Because we got a lot of comments and feedback from instructors. And whenever we receive feedback, we take that into consideration. So whenever you have something that you want to forward to someone within NetAcad, there's a certain section in netacad.com that you don't like, or there's a section in a course that you feel that it is not properly written, or maybe contains some technical inaccuracy, or any feedback you want to relay, do send it to us, do share it with us, either through your technical manager, your CSR manager, or very importantly, the help desk. So you can send a message through help desk and they will keep a log of that and forward it to the appropriate team. Now, we started this project last year. In September last year, we started working on the design or concept of the new netacad.com. Now, we are somewhere around here. So we've got the beta release, which is available for the instructors. And actually, all of you, because you are instructors and students, if you click on the Learn tab, and then to the right-hand side, you should see a new button that says Try Me or Try Me Now or Beta. Click on that. This will allow you to go into a new design of NetAcad. Why are we doing that? Because we received feedback from students and from instructors on some stuff that they really appreciate, so stuff that they really like, and there's also some other comments about some things that could be enhanced, some things that could be improved. So we took all these comments and we worked on it for almost a year. You see, we've got comments from students and comments from instructors. We took them all together, and from administrators as well. So we took them all together and we came up with a new design. New design that offers, of course, new features. Hopefully this new design will make it easier for students and for instructors to get to where they would like to get within NetAcad. To have access to that, right now you can go, as I said, to netacad.com. Under your Learn tab, on the right-hand side, you will see Try Me Now. Click on that, and this is what you will get. A page in blue and white, and every box you see over here to the right, to the left of my screen, this is one course. And that course will be, just by looking at that, you will get a lot of information on that course. So I suggest you all give it a try and share with us what do you think about it, whether you feel that there is something missing or something can be enhanced, or hey, we do like positive feedback. So if there's something you like, share with us, tell us, hey, this is really nice. This makes our life a lot easier. Well, now you have the student's perspective. You can't really see the instructor's perspective, but more or less it is very similar. So just by looking at the user's perspective, you can actually feel what the instructor's perspective would look like. Now, not just we're enhancing how it looks like, but we're also enhancing how it works on the background. So as an example over here, to onboard a new user, so to have a new student in NetAcad, they have to click so many times. Hopefully in the near future, you'll see this changing. So we are working on enhancing this process, on making it faster and more performing, so better. That's why we are changing not just the looks, but also the functionalities and the speed of NetAcad in the background. So that's the student's homepage and the instructor homepage, which, as I said, it looks quite similar to the student's homepage, with boxes, and every box representing a certain course. You see over here on the bottom left of my screen, you see beta available in October. So in about 2 months from now, you will see an icon that says Try Me Now. So you can try the new version of NetAcad as of October. Now, it's beta. What does beta also mean? Bugs. We might have bugs because it's beta. So that's why anything you feel that doesn't work right, please do share it with us. Share it with our help desk, because it's with your feedback that we can enhance this and make it better. So this design that you are seeing over here, this great design that you see over here, it's thanks to you, because you are providing this feedback to us. And that's also the administrator homepage, which is the Manage tab. You see the naming is changing. Instead of Teach, Learn, and Manage, now there's I'm teaching, I'm managing, and I'm learning. These are the three tabs available now for instructors, students, and for administrators. This one will be beta available in November. So the students available, beta available now in August, the instructor available in October, and the administrator available somewhere in November. And if you check this timeline over here, we are looking at having everybody migrate to the new design in January. So hopefully in January we will have everybody start using the new user experience. So by UX over here, that's the user experience on netacad.com. So with that, thank you very much for the time and for your attention. And as agreed a bit earlier, now we'll take any question you have on anything I have talked about over here or anything I haven't covered in my slides. So Eugene, please do share with me any questions from the audience.
Thank you so much for your attention. We are ready to take any questions from you. Please raise your hand if you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. During the presentation, you referred to tutorial on that packet tracer, but it's online, it's not offline. When you click on the tutorial, it takes you to the web page.
Okay, let me relay this question. Speakers off, please, guys. Mark, can you hear me? So the question is about tutorials for Packet Tracer 7, and is it really offline tutorials? Because someone's saying that if you, when you click the link in Packet Tracer, the tutorial itself opens from the internet, so tutorials online. Can you clarify that, please? Hold on a moment. We need to turn on the speakers. Just make a pause, like 4 or 5 seconds, okay? Please.
Okay, so I hope by now you can hear me. As you see, when I open Packet Tracer, so I open Packet Tracer, and then I clicked on Help Tutorials. It opens this link over here, which is an online link. You see the tutorials are hosted on Amazon servers, Amazon AWS, these are their servers. So the tutorials, the videos available over here, when you scroll down, they are not stored locally, they are on online. So you need to be connected to the internet in order to have access to those new tutorials.
Thank you for the question and for clarification.
Okay, next question.
Yeah, tutorials appear to be indeed online, and it's a bit misleading because they used to be offline
just while
in previous
we are waiting for
versions.
the next question, I can show you the new user experience.
Okay, thank you. More
So
questions,
I'm
please?
logging in.
I don't see any hands. Oh, sorry.
So I just want to confirm the new Packet Tracer 7. We're using IPv6. Is it the features is it available in the new Packet Tracer 7? Then I realized VPN technology as well. Some features are not available. So is it on the new 7?
So the question is IPv6 and VPN?
So there you go. It's quite more intuitive and a clearer layout. It's very simple. It's not confusing, not 2,000 clicks. Everything is very clear.
Please turn the speakers off. Yeah, Mark, we have another question. Packet Tracer 7 supports technologies like IPv6 and VPN, and to which extent? Can you take that? Okay. Speakers on, please.
Okay, so opening Packet Tracer, there's quite a number of IPv6. So when you say IPv6, I mean, it's IPv6 is a routed protocol. So you have to check which other protocol supports IPv6. Now, just by going on a router, you see that, let me increase the font size, 1 second, and font, let me make it, not application, the command line, 12. Okay, now opening this, you see that IPv6 unicast routing, and you see what other functionalities or what other commands are available for IPv6. IPv6 route, so that's for static routing, IPv6 router, and then you put OSPF, so it allows you to configure routing protocol. So essentially, everything IPv6 for CCNA, it is available over here. All right, this is to cover the IPv6 part in Packet. Now, in terms of VPN, so what sort of VPN are we talking about? Is it the GRE VPN? So for that, interface tunnel, and then tunnel modes, and we see we've got the GRE or IPv6 IP, which is like GRE for IPv6, almost like that. So this shows us that there is some tunneling technology over here. Now, if we look at the IPsec VPN, crypto key ISAC AMP, crypto key 0i, sorry. So it has the crypto, right? When we have, sorry, I have to provide the host name, of course, test, and then domain name, cisco.com, and then crypto ISAC, crypto key ISAC AMP generate. So we can create those keys. So we have the crypto command set, which allows us to have, to some extent, support for IPsec VPN. Okay? So, of course, this is not a real router, but actually, just 1 second, I show crypto. Okay, so it supports crypto. This is for SSH only. It doesn't support crypto for VPN in terms of IPsec, because the command over here would be show crypto ISAC AMP, but this command is not available, or show crypto IKE. So those commands are not available, which means that the VPN, in terms of IPsec VPN, it's not really supported over here. But actually, the security technology package is not enabled. So I can double check that in a few minutes. So I'll have to enable that, the security technology package, and then this would, yes. So most probably this is it. I will, if you enable the security technology package, then you will unlock those commands for having the IPsec VPNs. Okay? I'm 99% sure. I'll double check, and then I'll let you know in a few minutes. Okay? Next question, Eugene.
Next question, please.
Sorry. My question goes to Packet Tracer 7 on mobile. Please, more light on that, because the slide wasn't that visible before. Packet Tracer on mobile. Yeah. the slide wasn't visible.
More information or... Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Let me relay that to Mark. Please, speakers off. Mark, sorry, they don't hear you. We have another question. Let me ask another question, and you can, after that, finish answering this one, okay? So the next question will be about packet tracer mobile. They say slide was not visible, but by the way, we can see the text. Right? They are asking just some clarification about packet tracer mobile. Just review packet tracer mobile. Okay?
Talk about Packet Tracer Mobile. Just to confirm what I said a bit earlier, so I opened the lab manual for CCNA security, and you see that it has support for IPsec VPN. And as I mentioned, you would have to unlock your security technology package by entering this command. So the license boot module, and then basically the security technology package, it allows you to use the commands for the security course or anything related to security, such as VPN. So after doing that, Eugene told me that you are not able to see the command line. Let me again increase the font a bit more. Let me make it 16. I hope now you can see. Okay. So license or conf license boot module C2900 technology package. Oops, let me put it on one line. And then security. So this, yes. So this activates the security technology package because by default the routers, they have the base technology package. And now, crypto key, so we have those commands of course, but in the show commands, crypto, show ISAC AMP, or we have to configure it. We have to configure it first. So with this technology package, we can verify it using the show version command. With the show version, we see that the the security technology package has been enabled. Probably we have to reboot it. Reboot. So once the reboot is done, we should be able to have full access to the security commands on our router. So remember this, if you don't actually do it a lot, you tend to forget it. This is what happened to me right now. But otherwise, once you do it, there you go. So show crypto, and then you see, I can see now the commands, the IPsec and ISAC AMP and the crypto map that are used for the VPN configuration. I can actually conf crypto, and then once I hit crypto and you see the question mark, I see all the options to create the IPsec VPN. So crypto IPsec, crypto ISAC AMP, and crypto map. So bottom line, you have to enable the security technology package and then reload the router. This will unlock your commands. Now the second part, or the second question was around, okay, the second question was around Packet Tracer Mobile. Let me open that slide. So Packet Tracer Mobile, it is available. It has been available on Android for about 2 years or maybe 3 years, and for iOS it has been available for about a year. You can go to the Android store or the Apple store and just type in Cisco Packet Tracer. You'll be able to find the Packet Tracer application, and you can install it on your device. So when you install it, you can actually use any activity that has been created using the desktop version of Packet Tracer. You can use it on the Android version or on the iOS version. because it uses the same engine. Okay, so any activity that has been created over there can be used over here. It doesn't provide 100% of the functionalities of Packet Tracer in terms of editing activities or going into simulation tab. So it has some reduced features, but it provides the minimum required commands for you to be able to use Packet Tracer and practice your labs and your homework. Okay? So I hope that answers the Packet Tracer mobile question. The best thing to do is for you to test it. Just download it on your tablet and run it.
Thanks, Mark.
Next question.
Do we have another question? I believe we don't. Okay, so please kill the speakers. Mark? Yeah, we do not have any more questions, so you may wrap up, and then I will ask guys to switch off the speakers, turn on the microphone for the appreciation. Please.
Questions, comments, feedback are always welcome. I hope I'll be able to address you for another session today, later today. Eugene, we have to synchronize on that. Thanks again, and good luck in your event. Thank you.
Imo, would you announce? I can take up to 1 hour. So please announce it.
So we're going to have another session now on the new CCNA routing and switching by Eugene. So we have in another presentation on CCNA routing and switching by Eugene.
Thank you so much, Imo. So, hello again. I hope you have enjoyed the technical updates from Mark and learned new things and updated your knowledge and awareness about the things that's been around for a while. And if you have or will have more questions later, don't hesitate to address them to me as well. I can handle most of them, I hope. So now we'll be talking about the new CCNA bridging course, and we're waiting for the slides to be shown on the screen. Okay. Okay. Everything is fine and everything is visible. So let me start with the new CCNA 6.0, the new certification and the bridging course. As I have mentioned yesterday in my curriculum updates, the certifications for CCNA R&S have been updated, and the new certification exams have been released as of May 17 this year. So because of that happened, and oops. Okay. Because of the certification exams update, we are also updating our curriculum in Networking Academy. Yeah, and we have a strategy. We have posted all the announcements about the new certification. And in this presentation, I'm going to cover few things. First, I'm going to provide some details about the new CCNA certification exams themselves. Then, what is our curriculum strategy for CCNA R&S? And I will go into details on what is the CCNA R&S 6.0 bridging course. And also, we will talk, and maybe we'll even have some discussion about transitional considerations. How would you implement? Will be your strategy as instructors and as academies of implementing the new content? So let's start with the new Cisco CCNA R&S certifications. You can see here on the screen the new numbers for exams, right? So basically, the last digit in the number of exams changed to 5. Now we have 100, 105 ICND1 and 200, 105 ICND2. These are two exams candidates supposed to take if they take the two-step path towards their CCNA R&S certification. So once they take ICND1 and pass it successfully, they receive the CCINT certification, and then they move on to CCNA R&S with ICND2 exam. And they can also still, the composite, so-called composite option is available, so they can take just one exam that covers all the CCNA R&S content. End-of-life dates for all the exams are here, and for CCNT and composite CCNA, the date is 20th of August. It's like 4 days from now. So if your students are planning to take certification exams and they were studying with the current version of curriculum without any additional bridging materials, they have to take their certification now. Because after 20th, all the exam content will change. It will be updated with some new technologies, new knowledge that your students might have not learned or studied. And for ICND2, the date is September 24. So for those who are taking the old ICND1 exam now, or yes, ICND1 exam now, they can still afford a little bit more than a month of additional preparation to the second step in their certification. So here is the summary of the new content, new topics that are now covered in certification exams, and you may expect questions from these technologies in the certification exams. I have structured them in the 4 categories that align with the NetAcad courses, but keep in mind they are not really such structured in the exam itself. They're just for you to easier understand where they belong to. So we have extended traceroute, syntax debugging commands, and we have network troubleshooting, some advanced ping testing commands and all that. In routing and switching essentials, we have host routes, which is actually one page, very simple. Then we have device discovery. We introduce a new protocol for device discovery. You know what is the Cisco device discovery protocol? CDP. Now we are introducing LLDP, Link Layer Discovery Protocol. It's an open alternative or very similar to CDP, to be honest. Then NTP, a bit more information about network time protocol, and password recovery, which is again one page of information how to recover passwords on a Cisco device. Then in scaling networks, we have VTP back. Welcome back. You have mentioned, well, of course, that VTP was removed from CCNA. Now VTP is back. I'm very happy about that because, in my opinion, VTP is a necessary piece in that puzzle students have to complete in their learning for to have this necessary set of network technologies that complement each other for a full picture. So if you have VTP, if you have some other things, your network is working fine, and you have a model of working enterprise network. So we have VTP, extended VLANs, and DTP protocol, a bit more about that. Troubleshooting multi-VLAN issues. Switch stacking. Switch stacking is a new topic. It is not really practical, and there are no any labs about switch stacking, and you don't need to update your hardware. Switch stacking is just covered on the concept level. Then we have implementing HSRP. HSRP has been around in CCNA for a while already, but now we have a bit more information about that. Troubleshooting multi-area OSPF. And then the most changes are coming in the fourth category, which is connecting networks. We have WAN technologies and DMVPN, again on a very fundamental conceptual level. We have implementing PPPoE and eBGP. We have IPv6 ACLs, troubleshooting. We have LAN security best practices, SNMP version 3, and SPAN. Do you know what SPAN is? Who knows what SPAN is? Some people do. That's it? Okay. Yeah, so it is for those instructors who teach CCNA security, it is a very familiar thing. SPAN is a switch port analyzer, is a ability to set up a switch to mirror all the traffic that comes to one port to some other port. For example, to be able to catch this traffic with the Wireshark and analyze this traffic. Very useful tool for troubleshooting. Yeah. And then quality of service, cloud and virtualization, network programming on a very beginning level. So generally, when I was looking at these changes, I was thinking like, okay, it looks like still more and more content is moving from more higher certifications into CCNA, right? So we have SPAN that came from CCNA security. Now it is on CCNA level. We have DMVPNs, which came from CCNP. So we see this trend that the more advanced technologies are slowly moving down and should be adopted on CCNA R&S level. Okay, so here is the summary of topics. Let's then move on to how Networking Academy would react to this industry certification change. So, what are our goals? We keep to be aligned with Cisco industry certifications, right? This is a crucial part and one of the key factors of success of Networking Academy. Our courses in NetAcad prepare students for industry exams. This is very important, and we keep that. we still want to be relevant in teaching the fundamental knowledge. CCNA courses are fundamental. Students learn the very, very basic and fundamental things that help them to implement them in practice. And we want to address this certification gap that has just appeared in a timely manner with a new bridging course. We call it CCNA R&S 6.0 bridging course. Networking Academy will develop and release CCNA R&S 6.0 courses eventually. Now I'm talking about CCNA R&S 6.0 courses, the full courses. We are currently developing the full courses that align with the new certification, right? But you need to understand that takes time. That takes time, and while the new courses, the new full courses are not available, we offer the bridging course. So the new courses, the full ones, they will be aligned fully to the new certification. Will contain the latest, will meet the latest industry requirements and Cisco digitization strategy. And also, we of course are considering feedback that comes from our instructor community. So the release for the full courses will be communicated eventually, will be communicated later, and now while the information become available. So our recommendation now for you is to continue to teach the CCNA R&S courses version 5.x, right? And leverage the additional materials from CCNA R&S 6.0 bridging course to make your students aligned to the new certification requirements. Does it make sense? I hope it does. So let's move on to more details of the CCNA R&S 6.0 bridging course, and look what we have in the bridging course itself. So it is one course. So like for CCNA we have 4 courses. Bridging course is just one course, but it has 4 modules, right? And 4 bridging modules, 9 hands-on labs, 11 packet tracer activities, and also we include 3 topic quizzes and 4 module quizzes. Basically what it is, each of the modules inside this course is aligned with one of the CCNA courses, one of the 4 CCNA courses. We provide resources for instructor as well as the bridging course itself. So we provide, of course, classroom resources. We provide lab resources. So you will have the lab manuals and packet tracer lab manuals, of course. We provide instructor training resources. We actually have created quite a lot of content for you to learn and to benefit from, and to be more relevant to the modern technology. And of course, product introduction resources are also available, and you can check them. So let's see what we have exactly. We have bridging videos. We have 2 bridging videos that describe the more or less what I'm talking about right now, describe the situation and the whole process. So we have one bridging course overview video, and another video that shows a demo how you can actually use this bridging course. And you use this bridging course, of course you can just read the content, learn the content, but what you can also do in netacad.com, you can import content from the bridging course into your existing CCNA 5.x courses. And this video, this second video, shows how you do that. Then we have instructor planning guides. These are documentation for instructors to plan your classes. We have activities, we have description of best practices, assessment information, recommended new content placement, which is a bit special. Normal courses do not have a resource like this. Recommended new content placement. This is exactly about importing the content from the bridging course into your existing CCNA 5 courses. So you don't need to really think a lot about where should it belong. We have a recommendation for you where to put it. Okay? And then we have the list of content with reduced emphasis. So look, of course, when certification changes, something new gets added, something gets removed, right? And there are some topics and some concepts that have been removed from the certification. And what we are doing, we have a list of these topics for you. So you can reduce emphasis on this content while you are teaching CCNA 5. However, you need to remember and realize that in the exams there might be still questions on these topics that have been de-emphasized. So, and what you can do, there are a few options for you, how you can manage it. You can either modify the quizzes, or you can also, what you can do is to modify the grades, adjust the grades according to the questions. Of course, we also provide instructor PowerPoints. So you could include the slides in your classes and use the slides for your technical presentations. And finally, we provide instructor and student lab and Packet Tracer activities, descriptions, instructions, files. So all that is available, as well as the course content itself. And I just want to show a few examples of how this content can be taken and used, or taken and imported into existing courses. But before we continue, just wanted for us to agree on some abbreviation we use. Abbreviations are ITN, that stands for Introduction to Networks, which is CCNA 1 course. Then we have RSE, Routing and Switching Essentials, CCNA 2. Then we have SCAN, we call it SCAN, Scaling Networks course, which is CCNA 3. And finally we have CN, which is the last, fourth course, which is Connecting Networks. We have seen few scenarios for you to switch to the new content and new exams while you're teaching your students. So let's look at the first line. For example, your scenario is your students are now starting to study ITN 5, ITN version 5, right? So this is the current version. What can you do? You add content from CCNA 6.0 bridging course, and you add the ITN 6.0 bridging content, right? When your students are starting to teach Routing and Switching Essentials 5, what you do is you add RSE bridging content, and optionally you can consider to add the ITN bridging content. More or less the same way it goes on. If you're starting SCAN, which is the third course, you add SCAN bridging content and content from RSE and ITN, which are two previous courses. This is an option for you. And finally, when they're starting to study the last course, you may add CN bridging, you add CN bridging content, and you can consider to adding all other courses as well. So, there are 4 options described here, which show how you can exactly do that. How you can, well, let's see, you're teaching a course, right? This is version 5, and you have the new content. How you do that? How you put this content in? So there are 4 options, and let me switch to the next slide which shows it better, I guess. So there are 4 options. Option 1. Okay. Option 1. You teach the purple. You teach ITN, then RSC, then SCAN, then CN, and after that you provide students the bridging resources, the whole bridging course in some form of teaching. It can vary based on your possibilities. You can teach all of the course, you can make it self-learning in some part, but the worst option ever is not making students aware of the bridging course's existence, right? So the very minimum each of you should do when you teach that, to make students aware about bridging content and make this content available to them, at least for self-study. Okay? But of course this is the very minimum what you should do. There are more proper ways to include this content into your teaching. Okay? Second option is you teach ITN, you teach RSE, and this option is actually very good for students, if your students are considering to take CCENT exam. So they are taking this 2-step certification path, right? Once you're done with ITN and RSE, you teach them 2 first modules of ITN, of CCNA bridging course. You teach 2 first modules. Then you continue with SCAN and CN of version 5, and after that you teach modules 3 and 4 of the bridging course. Sounds good? What you can also do, you can teach the bridging modules one after the appropriate course, the corresponding course, right? So you teach ITN version 5, and then you take first module from the bridging course and teach it after that. Then you teach RSC and take a RSC module from the bridging course and teach it after that, and so on. This is another option. And finally, the best option, I think, is you see the difference, right? You include the bridging modules into your existing courses, into your version 5 courses. And as I said, we have a video demonstration how exactly you can do that. It's not very hard. You just need to do a few clicks in netacad.com and it will be done. Okay. So what about students? If students want to take this content by themselves, and also we should never forget about our alumni. What about them? If they do not have contact with their instructor anymore, we are considered an option for them, and we are to offer the bridging content to student alumni. Right now this is still not available, but we'll be releasing the alumni access to the bridging materials very soon. Okay, some information about translations. The bridging course was translated already to some languages. Arabic, Chinese, French, Portuguese, Russian, and Spanish. I'm not really sure if all of the translations are available, but some of them are already available, and others will be available soon. Okay, So this is the bridging course. Now I wanted to tell you about the transitional considerations, some things you may want to consider while you are transitioning to the new bridging course and the new content and certifications. First thing, instructors do not need to be requalified or reaccredited to teach the new course or to teach the new bridging content. You do not need to take any exams. However, if your instructor training center or your academy support center offers you a training for the new content, that may be a very good option to just use this training to learn the new content. And some of instructor training centers and academy support centers do offer that. And if you are an ITC or ASC, please consider organizing a training for your supported academies for this new bridging course content. Another thing, there is no changes in the lab equipment. The labs, the new labs, they can be perfectly done, and they actually are designed in a way that for them to be perfectly doable on the equipment you already have. Assuming you had you have the equipment that that was compatible with CCNA version 5. Upgrade to Packet Tracer. Oh, I have to change the version. Upgrade to Packet Tracer 6. Well, now it's version 7. Starting from version 6.3, Packet Tracer fully supports the new bridging content and new technologies introduced. But version 7 supports all that and even much more. So please upgrade to Packet Tracer version 7.0. And another thing, that CCNA R&S exam voucher validity period will be temporarily extended from 3 to 6 months to accommodate this transition. Okay, so scenarios for certification exams. This is just more or less what your students can do, and should be more or less obvious because of, you know, the dates, right? 20th of August is the deadline for the actually the new exam is already available. It's available for a couple months maybe already, and since May since May. So and the old exam is still available for a few more days. And if your students want to take a CCNT certification exam, now before August 20 they can take old certification exam. After August 20 they can take only the new certification exam. If the students are taking CCNA R&S certification exam, the composite, again, before August 20, they take the old exam. After August 20, they can take only the new exam with the new content and the new technologies and the new questions. And if students want to take ICND and ICND 1, and then ICND 2, so they are going step by step, before August 20, they can still take old ICND 1 exam. After August 20, they should take the new ICND 1 exam, and then before September 24th, they have to take the old certification. They still can take the old ICND 2 certification exam. And after September 24, they can take only the new ICND 2 exam. So, the summary. We advise you to continue to teach CCNA R&S 6, to continue to teach CCNA R&S 5.x, which is version 5.1 for ITN and version 5.03 for all other courses. Then you leverage the CCNA R&S 6.0 bridging course materials in one of the ways I was describing. You choose the option that it works best for you. once CCNA R&S 6.0 courses, the full courses, will be released, you adopt them. So that's our suggestion to you. And I'm open to take, no, yes, yeah. Let me cover first the Global IPD Week, and then we will have a discussion. Speaking about materials that are available for instructors, I have mentioned that we have some materials for specifically designed for instructors. They are not meant for students. They're designed for instructors, and they have been created by my team, by technical team, those technical managers around the world. And this is the technical team. And we were delivering technical sessions mostly during our Global IPD weeks, but not only that. So yeah, what we have, Global IPD Week, Mark was talking about that. Let me just reinforce that, because 90% of instructors in this room didn't raise their hand. Global IPD Week is a series of WebEx sessions, online conferences, webinars, you may call it anyway, that technical team organizes specifically for you, for instructors, 4 times a year. 4 times a year we have a week during which we deliver these sessions. And there are many sessions. Now it's like, it can be 20 plus sessions. But that doesn't mean you have to take and you have to attend all of them and book your whole week for that. It's called Global IPD Week, but it doesn't mean it's a week of your time. You can attend as many as 1 session. The most interesting for you. Please, welcome. If you want, you can attend more. If you want, you may attend all of them, including sessions delivered in Russian. I will be happy to see you. Yeah? So there is minimum you can do. There are more options. We have sessions in localized languages, as I said. And of course, the materials delivered in these sessions, all the sessions are recorded. And you can just watch recordings later. This is also possible during the week itself or later after the week. By the way, you can also and you will receive a certificate of attendance if you attend live sessions or watch the recordings. Recordings also count. So normally we don't do anything on Monday during the Global IPD Week. We start on Tuesday. So day 1 of Global IPD Week, which is Tuesday, we deliver program updates. There are 3 sessions of Networking Academy news. These can be something like technical updates Mark did, or curriculum updates I did, or something like new CCNA talking. Yeah? But it is on quarterly basis. You have opportunity to gather in person maybe once a year. Global IPD Week provides you this opportunity once in a quarter to be up to date. So there are 3 sessions delivered by different speakers in different time zones, but with the same slides. So it doesn't make sense for you to attend all 3 of them. Just pick one which works best for you in terms of time. In EMEA region, we deliver our session normally about the noon time, noon Nigerian time. But if noon doesn't work well for you, you can attend the session that's delivered for Americas, which will be evening time, like 7 to 8 p.m. for you. So this is about program updates. Then we have technical sessions. We deliver 6 technical sessions in English. which are provided in different time zones around the world by different technical managers and sometimes guest speakers. These sessions are not repeated. So program updates are repeated, but technical sessions are not. So if you would wish to attend all 6 of them, you have to not sleep around the clock for one day. So or just go ahead later and watch the recording. Not a big deal. And then we have instructor forums. Instructor forums is all about teaching. How do you teach? It's not about the technical content or not about some news, but we are focusing on teaching something. 2 last Global IPD weeks we were talking about new CCNA. New CCNA is a big topic, and we were discussing that. Before that, while we had relatively quiet time, now it's a loud time because the new CCNA is here and we need to talk about that, right? Before that, we did different things. We were talking with the instructors about teaching the new courses. We were talking about how you teach I2IOE, how you teach Introduction to Cybersecurity, how you teach Linux. We invited instructors who shared their experience teaching these new courses. So this is what Instructor Forum is about. Yeah, and as I said, we also provide sessions in other languages. Any of the languages from here are relevant to you, to your community? No? Not really. Okay, that's fine. So, what you need to do to enroll in Global IPD Week, just check your Teach tab, as Mark said, and eventually there will be a link to Global IPD Week, and you will receive this in announcements, newsletters. We use a lot of tools we have for promotion. So just spot it. Then you will see a link, a registration link there. Just use this link to self-enroll into the Global IPD Week course. So the link up there is the one for a previous Global IPD Week, and we have a separate course for each of them. After you self-enroll in the course will appear on your Learn tab, and you can access the course. You just go into the course, you take a survey, and after that you have all the full access to registration for the sessions. So you can register for WebEx sessions after that. Just wanted to summarize what we did for technical sessions in 2 last Global IPD weeks. So in March, when we did the Global IPD Week, we covered understanding quality of service, HSRP, network programming, introduction to eBGP, basics of PPP-OE, troubleshooting multi-area OSPF. Looks familiar? Yeah, they are topics from the new CCNA exams. Well, this is actually interesting because back then, in March, we couldn't tell you about the new certification. We knew we knew the certification are coming, but we couldn't tell you. So we just included these topics in the in our technical sessions for Global IPD Week, and provided them to you to prepare our instructor community globally in advance to the new certification, even before the new it is coming. And in the latest Global IPD Week in June, we covered switch stacking, LAN security, troubleshooting IPv6 ACLs, VTP and DTP, QoS and APSLA, network testing, troubleshooting, and CDP, LLDP, and NTP session. So we pretty much covered most topics of the new curriculum, new courses in our Global IPD Week. So all the materials are posted. You have the links here to access the recordings. The links will be available in the presentation posted on the website or in the course, right? So you can access these materials. And as I said, we covered most of the topics of the new CCNA in our Global IPD Week technical sessions, but not all of them. So what we did to cover, some topics didn't fit in our technical sessions, but so what we did, we simply made recordings of these small topics. They are mostly small topics that didn't fit anywhere, so we just made them recorded by different technical managers around the world, and we posted all the links over here. So in the course for Global IPD Week, you will find this page which has all the recordings, all the materials we have, both from technical sessions and separately recorded, consolidated in a very convenient way. You can see clearly that, well, not very clearly, but you can see if you access it on your device, that first column is
you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to. Claim this love that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Claim this love that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back.
have 6 of you. How many? Okay, so this is what we do. You have like 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me see. Together. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Connie, you're going to be in the management breakout session. So you take 2 other persons to join you. Now, for the IOE, we don't want anybody that has taken part in the IOE won't need to join in this group. So IOE, we are doing it for fresh instructors that have not taken part in before. You don't need to join the group. So for you just need to have 2 persons from here join you for the management team, for the management session, breakout session, and you sit somewhere on top there. So you just take 2. So, okay. Okay, so for the IOE, we just need like 2 for the IOE workshop and 2. And they will go down on my side here. 2. That 2. Now the reason is we just have the space that we have and the number of kits that we have for the IOE workshop can't go round. So we just need, we have limited number. So we have for the workshop, you go to this side. Excuse me, all the instructors up, please, can you kindly, please come down, please? We still have empty seats here so that we can have the groups up. The different groups are going to be sitting up. So please, everyone, kindly, we still have seats. So for your group, you just sit somewhere there. You're about 12. So we'll still look at that. We'll still look at that. But let's just look at other kind of, I'll come back. So for your team, we just have 3 for the management. The other, how many do we have remaining left? For the packet tracer, we need 3 for the packet tracer. But you can have someone else for IOE. So making 3. Okay. Now, which academy do we have here? Igbesa. So how many of you? Good. So we have 3. Good. So management, you're sitting this way. IOE, you're sitting this way. Then packet tracer, this. That's good. That makes here in the middle. Here. Yes. They are not moving. We just want to have the 3 groups. Then they come in. Yes. Okay. So we have the management are sitting up beside. Middle here we have the packet tracer. Then on this side we have the IOE workshop, IOE participants. Yes, instructors. Okay. So you go to the other group. Fine. Okay. Which academy do we have here? How many of you? How many? Just 2. Okay, so you will join management, right? You're managing an academy. Okay, so you join this way. IOE. So you join the IOE, you go this way. Fine. So we're through with how many of you? Huh? How many? 2. So were you around for the IOE workshop? You were not there. You are in there in Calabar. Okay, so you don't need to be there. You be there for the management. So you this way for the management. Then you join. You can join the packet tracer. You join the packet tracer. Okay, Uniben, you already were in IOE already, so you joined management. You can't join IOE again. Okay, you join Packet Tracer. Madam, you join management. So you Packet Tracer, you work on Packet Tracer. Yes, fine. So you, Uniben, you join IOE on that side. So you join management here. Okay, yes, management can stay here. Okay, how many of you? What about you? Yes, but you are the one managing the academy now. So you be yeah, so you be the management team. Okay, management team. Okay, fine. Okay, man. You'll be in the management team. So management here, here. The same. Okay, so 2 for Packet Tracer. So you group them. The Packet Tracer here, IOE on the other side. Fine. So which? How many of you? So how many for IOE? So 2 on that side. 2 on which side? What packets are there? Where? How many packets are there? Okay, so 2. Packet tracer are here. Management is here. IOE is there. 2. Okay. Okay. Which? So how many of you? How many are going for IOE? How many? Okay, Packet Tracer, 2. Management, okay, fine. So 2, fine, that's fine. Packet Tracer is here. IOE is on that side. No, which academy are you? Just sit. See, please. I seem to have more people. There are people that have joined this group that I didn't tell them to join this group. Because I have more people now. Please, sorry, from which academy? Sorry? Okay, but I didn't direct you here. No. So you just wait. I'll need to direct. All of you are from the same academy, right? Yeah, so you just please stay at this side. Thank you. Just sit on this side. Sorry, which academy? No, sorry. Can you excuse us, please? Thank you. Sorry, can you just excuse? The groups here, I'm grouping. Yeah, so just thank you. Yeah. Which academy? Ilaro? Yeah, so you have 2 Ilaro here. You can't be 3. So 1. So you're going for Packet Tracer. Okay, fine. So you come here. So please, if I've not given you any group, I've not allocated it to any of the groups, please don't join the groups, please. Sierra Leone, right? Different university or the same university? Same. Who is managing the academy? You. So you join the management team, then IOE, you join this group. Yeah, management here. Yes. No, they've already had. We have people that have joined here. So, yes, we have. Okay, you join this. You join the Packet Tracer group. Fine. Celestine Ekpa, you are helping out. you joined the management. Yes, good. Okay, so you join in. Yeah, you sit somewhere there. Yes, you joined this group. No, he has attended a lot of IOE workshop. So, Roland, you go to Packet Tracer. Yes, you've attended Packet Tracer. Yes, Packet Tracer. You're joining Packet. Yes. Yes, Suma. Sir, you join this other team. This team. Yes. Who has not attended? All Unijos has. Okay. Did you join the IOE? Yes. Yes. You joined that. Okay, yeah, join the management. You are joining, you are assisting. Okay, fine. So we are done with that. Sati will join Packet Tracer. Packet Tracer. Yes. You have attended, yeah, Packet Tracer. Join Packet Tracer. Yes. Yes, Usman can join Packet Tracer. Yes. Yes, yeah, they are outside. Okay. Which ATBU? ATBU? Huh? ABU's area. ATBU. Okay. Who is managing the academy in your place? Okay. You have not. You can join the packet. This other team. You join the Packet Tracer team. Yes. Worry. So who is managing the academy? Yes, we know. So we need someone to manage the academy. So yes, we need someone to manage the academy. Yes, so you manage. Another opportunity will come. So you go for this word. Yes. Only you are managing the academy, so you sit there. Yes, you're managing the academy. What about which academy? Sorry? You are students. Yeah, so you can't. Maybe Packet Tracer. Two of you can join the Packet Tracer. Yes. As at least we need to learn that. Okay. Sorry? Okay. Southwest. So you join the Packet Tracer. Okay, where? Are you students? Students. Okay, all those you guys, Packet Tracer. Okay, you are taking them to that. Okay. Okay, fine. Which academy, sorry? Southwest. Oh. Okay. So how many people have joined the IOE from your group? 3. So we have. So we'll take one Packet Tracer, one IOE. So you choose. Okay, so now, okay, which academy? Okay, yes, we have someone already on management group. So you go to the IOE, you're from the same academy, right? You go for Packet Tracer. I need tag. Anyone without tag, I won't allocate to the group. So. Southwest. So you joined Packet Tracer. Covenant. Okay, so you joined this group, Packet Tracer. Sorry? From Yola, Concordia. Okay, fine. How many of you? You are 3. So who is managing the academy there? So the person managing the academy should join this group. Yes. So you can join here. You join the IOE. Right. Okay. Now this Packet Tracer. Now this group we don't have for IOE, right? So this group, that's a group. Packet Tracer, you go here. All students on Packet Tracer. Students Packet Tracer. Sorry, which academy? Sorry? Edo State. 2. Oh, okay. I know the person managing the academy there. So who wants to go for Packet Tracer? Okay, so packet tracer there, IOE works here. Yeah, good. Which academy? Okay, okay. What about you, sir? Okay, fine. Who is managing the academy there? Okay, she's there. Fine. So, who wants to go here? So, you go to the other one. Yes. Okay, where is the other guy? Tell the other guy to come here then. Exchange. Okay. Which? Here. This group. Sorry, which academy? Okay. Yeah, because the important thing is we wanted to allocate everyone. Everyone cannot go to the group IOE. Because if when but I had to I was putting people in groups. I said for those no. What I was saying is that I was saying people that we are putting for IOE are people that have never experienced. That's one. Two, also we're also having that because we can't put everybody on IOE. So we can join them. Sorry, okay. So, where are you? Which organization? Which organization? Which school? Okay, so you can join them here. So, for the IOE group, we need to have. We're going to write that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Sorry. Which academy? Southwest. So, what you have there? Sorry? Like, I have like 30, 31. Another 20. Okay. Okay, so. Now, how many of us wants to join the IOE group? Let me see. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8 of you. 8 of you. Can you stand? Just 8. It's not, please, not, we have the maximum number that we can accommodate, please. Don't move yet, please. Because the number, let's just have like 10. The number there has increased. A lot of guys, people are sorry, please. Please, can you move this way? So, can you? It's the guy on the snapping pictures. So, now what I want you to do, please kindly sit down and pick a number. Pick a number from, just pick a number, yes. Please, let everyone sit down, please, just sit down, sit down. So, Inka, Oche, Ekpa. So you take this group. They just follow you now. The inner one. No, these are the guys assisting. So,
44 and we've got 8. 40. So,
it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. So you follow him. Yes, it takes to where we're having the lab. Okay, so you can just go through here. And please, let no one join you. The number is 44. So please, yes. So you have your number. So when you get there, you ask them their numbers. Huh? Yes, nobody should join you. Nobody should join you. Where is it? Yes. Ekpa, please, you need to join them. Okay, so let's take our numbers from here. Four. No, let's take it. 1, 3. 18, 19, 25, 26, 27, 28. So we have 28. Are you joining us? Okay. So 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So we have 34. Yes, 34. So Oche? 35. Okay. So we have your team. So Emmanuel is assisting you. So okay. Okay, thank you, sir. So this is this one for the map. So I think that's fine. Yes. Please, can we move forward?
Okay, so our group is looking at management. So I assume that everyone that's here is part of management at the academy. Is there anyone who's not in management? No? So you're not in management. What do you do? Sorry? Okay, so but it's going to help you, right? What are you going to do now? Anyone else part of management? Not in management? Okay, so there's few things. Firstly, we're going to have a discussion initially where I'm going to talk about, I was going to do my slide, but then the problem is I cannot control my slide from the front. Right? So first, what I'm going to do is take you all through what you as managers should have access to at your academy. Right? But before I start, you joining us? Okay. Okay, so before I start, how many of you know exactly how many students you have in your academy? Is anyone here? You know? Okay. How do you know that? She checks on a daily basis, right? You want to tell us how you do you check on a daily basis? What do you do? Anyone else who knows how many students you have at your academy? Yes, you know? Okay, Akoni, you know? No, in your academy, only your academy. Not your academies, your Southwest Resource Academy. Okay. Okay, all right. Yes, Ian? Manage users, okay. Right. So this is what you, yes. Yes. Right, so you should have access as a manager of your academy. You should be academy contact, right? And you should be able to have access to the academy dashboard. Do you have access to that? All of you have access? Is it new to anyone? Is that new to anyone here? So your academy dashboard. Dashboard, right? You don't have access to it? It's not new. Yes, it shouldn't be new. Yes. If it's new to you, then you don't have access. It means that you don't know how to go, you haven't been shown how to manage your academy, right? So if you go there, you should be able to see exactly how many students are enrolled in your academy. You should be able to see as well who's an instructor at your academy, right? And you should have the role of your instructors whenever they enroll or they open any class. You should be getting an email so that you know that the class is at your academy and is being opened at your academy. Right? So make sure that that email is coming to you. And why we are covering that today is because unfortunately we have some instructors who may have left your academy. Right? Some instructors who may have left your academy, so they've gone. But they have a garage somewhere, right? And because they're still aligned to your academy, they are starting their own classes. So under your the name of your academy, they can start their own classes, and that is not legal, right? So they start their own academy somewhere in a garage. They're doing the A+ or CCNA training, and they're charging for it. But they should not be doing that because they do not have lab bundles, they do not have the practical equipment in order to run those classes, right? So this is why it's important that you as the administrator, that you get that email notification whenever a class is opened. Okay, anyone, so all of you getting that? Good. Yes. It's automatic. Yes. You don't get it? Are you the main contact? You should have it, yeah. Okay, so this is academy contact, yeah? All right, that. The next is, how many of you know where your students come from? Where your students come from? No, your students. What is your target market? Your target market, where are you getting your students from? Students who live in the environment around, okay. What else? Where else are you getting your students from? From schools, okay. Okay. Okay, so they.
Yeah, sorry, please, we have one of our instructors that misplaced his purse. So please, Brown, if we have anyone.
Go onto the dashboard, you can also see the amount of instructors you have, and importantly, you need to know that sharing of instructors, you are allowed to share instructors, right? So let's say you're offering CCNA. For CCNA, you need to have 2 instructors. If you're doing IT Essentials, you need to also have 2 instructors for IT Essentials. That does not mean that you must have 4 instructors, right? The same 2 instructors could be also trained to do IT Essentials, or you could have 3 instructors with 2 of them doing IT Essentials, 2 doing CCNA, right? But you need to have that balance of there must be 2 instructors, and ensure at all times that when classes are created, so when you get that notification when a class is created, you would know there who is the first instructor and who is the support instructor, right? You'll know who's the support instructor. Now that is important. That is important that you check that. Why? Assuming that your support your main instructor leaves. If your main instructor leaves, that class, you will not have access to it. then I feel sorry for those children, those students, because you don't have anyone now to continue. Right? So you need to make sure that when the classes are created, you have, yes, the main instructor, and you have the support instructor. So that if one of your instructors decides to leave in the middle of the class, then you have the support instructor who can take over. Okay? Are you doing that? Okay, if you're not doing that, please continue, please do it from now on, moving forward. Right? Yes.
I am the manager and also an instructor. So in most cases, what I do is I enroll as the primary instructor, then I have the secondary instructor. In the case that an instructor should leave, I can take over the class without any break. I'm not the one teaching. I normally teach, or I also have other instructors as well.
You can do that as well. You could be the primary instructor, but remember, both of you must be able to teach, right? The primary and the secondary instructor must be able to teach. Okay. Now, assuming you don't have another CCNA instructor, what you are allowed to do, you are allowed to share an instructor from another academy into your academy. Right? So let's say you are at Southwest Resource Center, right? And Southwest Resource Center has got 4 CCNA academies, instructors, right? And now you're at Covenant University, and Covenant only has 1 CCNA instructor. What they can do is speak to Covenant and share 1 instructor from Covenant, speak to Southwest Resource Center, share 1 instructor from Southwest Resource Center into Covenant until such time as they've trained and they've got 2 instructors. That will now allow them to go ahead and open those classes, right? Because let's assume you want to start training CCNA security, but you don't have anyone to open the classes, or you have only 1 individual, and you're struggling. So what you can do is always share an instructor from another academy. Yes? No. No. No, please, that doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that you as an instructor, and thank you for that question, right? It doesn't mean that you now as an academy or your instructor can be shared into 5 to 6 or 10 academies, no. Right? And importantly, when you're sharing, it doesn't mean that now you are in Abuja, right? And you come to Southwest Resource Center and say, can I share an instructor? No. Right? You must be able to use that instructor. So the arrangement that you would have with Southwest Resource Center is that if you do have a problem at my academy, will I be able to depend on you to use your instructor? Right? So it's not only because now you can open the class. No, it's the arrangement. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Right? The arrangement has to be so that you can call on that instructor if you need that instructor. Right? If you're going to have someone in Abuja, that person is not going to be able to come and teach here in Covenant. Right? Yes? No, he will come to know. Yeah. Yes. Yes, you can. But remember, we monitor that. Right? We at Cisco, we monitor it. And if we see that there's some, well, I don't want to, the limit is about 3 or 4, right? But anything more than that, then red flags come up, and then we say, we contact the academy and say what's happening here. But then your support can be made the main instructor. And the main instructor from here can be made the support. Yes, yes, yeah. Because remember, although they are two assigned to the class, the two are not teaching at the same time, right? They're just there as a support. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
There's some instructors that are trained from CNA. They are not trained for IT section. They cannot bring class for IT section.
No, you can't. The names will not appear. Yeah. The names will not appear as one of the instructors that he can select. Yes, Ewan. But yeah. Yeah, so it depends on, say for example, if I go to, like, I can tell you, if I go take you to Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, NMU in South Africa, they will have a class of about 120 students, one class. But at the same time, they have lab assistants. So you have the one instructor, but that instructor has lab assistants. Right? So those lab assistants then help in managing the class. Right? Now, it depends on what kind of support structure you have at that academy. Or you could have an academy where you will go to one academy, okay, one instructor, and there's only, I'll take you to another academy that's at TCM, TCM Academy, where they only have, as a policy, they have, they will only take maximum 20 students in one class, maximum. They will not go above that. So one instructor only teaches 20 students. Right? So yes, I see what you're saying. It's important that you do not have one instructor standing in front of a class and teaching 200 students, no, or 300 students. There's no quality in that. Unless you have, yes, you could have your theory session. Your theory session, you could have this entire whole year full, right, and you can do your theory. But when you're doing your labs, they need to be in smaller groups. Right? So that's where your quality control comes in your labs. Why, have you noticed something? Yes. Yes. Okay. $300 to $400 on the practicals? See, what we can say, like I said, is that because your theory, you could have them all sitting in this auditorium, it could be a theory. Right? You're standing in front there and you're teaching. That's your theory. Right? The only thing is the practical labs. Now your practical labs, you can group them, and for each group you have lab assistants. So you also don't need to have an instructor. You can have a lab assistant who is supporting you on your practical. Right? But that doesn't mean that now you will have one instructor and you're going to train 2,000 students. No. For 2,000 students, then you should have probably about, let's say, work on 200 students per instructor. How much is that? 10 instructors. you should have 10 instructors.
All right. So thank you. The idea of grouping them is what a lot of academy actually hide on. They will say we group them, we have it, but we actually look at the practical side of it. How are you able to do it within this short time? We found that that's not what they do in practice. That's just the response they give back to you. That we group them. They can even tell you that a group is no more than 20. And so, you know, just to answer you. But so I think that what you said.
Because you see, you can always have, remember you may have 2,000 students, but it doesn't mean that you're taking all 2,000 at the same time. There's a timetable. So you could have 200 coming the first 2 hours in the morning, the next 200 coming in the next 2 hours, right? In the whole day, they spread out in the day. So that one day, if you have 5 groups coming in, that's 1,000. Your next day, you're doing the next group of 1,000. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're training all, unless I don't see where you're going to have a hall that takes 2,000 children, right? So it's going to be staggered.
All right. So is there a way we can enforce what you said, that it is expected that if you have 2,000 students, you have 10 instructors? Is there a way we can demand for
Either
that?
10 instructors or 10 classes.
10 instructors
Or 10 classes.
or 10 classes. Okay. So
You understand?
all right. And the class should not be more than 200, like you said?
Not more than 200.
Thereabouts.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
So then you're having your classes at different times. You see? Mm-hmm. Yeah, practical labs. Yeah. The rule is still there. It's 2 students per computer. The rule is still there, yeah. That's the rule. So if you're doing your IT essentials and you're doing your practicals, you'll have 2 students working together. Right? So you need to then have, if you want 20 students, you need to have 10 old laptops, old PCs. Yeah. Okay. Can I ask, can you make notes? Just make notes for me, please. Thanks. Let's go to the back. Okay. You know, I understand what you're saying. Yes, sir.
Yes, I think it's all left with the academies to take that decision. For like university, I'm representing University of Sierra Leone. I'm from Sierra Leone. We don't have large classes because of the facilities we have. If you have a lab of 100, you can even assign 2 instructors to that class. So what we do, based on the facilities we have, that's how we break down the classes. So if we have 100, we'll be having 5 classes, 3 hours or 2 hours per day. They come in per time. We set a timetable. As you are saying, because of the quality, the lab, some of the students, even for the academic students, some of them have never been into routing and all of those stuff. So they need to have hands-on. Even however way you teach them, if they don't do the labs, there is no way they get the skills. So it boils down to that. You look at your facility and then you make the decision as an institution on how many people you can have per class.
Yeah, so what you need to do, and I agree with what you need to do as your ASC or ITC, if you go and conduct an inspection, you need to go and look at the lab. And if they show you a lab that only has 20 PCs or only 20 workbenches, they can't have then 1,000 students. That's straight away something wrong. So it depends on the facilities they have, that is how much students they can have. At the same time also you need to say, yes, they may have 5 instructors, but do they have lab assistants as well? Because the lab assistants could be supporting them in running out those practicals. So like the example I gave you of Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, NMMU, they have lab assistants who help in running those practical activities. So they have the lecturers, they are the full-time staff, full-time lecturers, they responsible for lecturing, they set up those lab exercises, they put it out there, and your lab assistants are the ones then that help manage it. Yes, ma'am.
I was just trying to add to what he said, because I had that experience some time ago when you have a very large class, you cannot really reach them, and they too also have their own academic work to pursue. Why they came, the real motive why they came into the university environment. So, and I just took a decision on my own, which I have to relay to my senior colleagues, that what we have to do is to draw out a timetable on how these ones can always come in to take their lectures. Because at times when it falls within their own exam, that's their school exam, we have to suspend our training. So what they do is that after school, they come in, now make provisions for their lab work. When they come in for their lab work, some also come in, because like what we did was that we have a collaboratory day wherein all those students come together. We call it a learning by discovering day. A learning by discovering day, that the students come together, they have a discussion on their own. Wherever they have difficulty as per their own learning is concerned, they try to relate with one another. When it is beyond them, they come to us, their instructors, where we now lead them, because we had a large class to attend to. So, but in situations where there are no large classrooms, we deal with them on one-on-one basis. That is making them have all those lab equipments on ground for them to really work with.
Yeah, good, great. And we see it becomes critical, especially with your CCNA, right? Because I know if there's an academy that we had to tell them, we gave them 6 months in which to buy more equipment, or we will close them down. This academy was doing CCNA. They had 5,000 students doing CCNA, and they only had 6 pods, 6 bundles. We told them, okay, if you want to, 6 pods mean that 18 switches and 18 routers for 5,000 students. We said, no, if you really want to keep the 5,000 students, you have an option. You have an option with those 5 pods, or sorry, the 6 pods. You can bring down your number of students to maybe 200 or 300, or you can buy another 50 pods so that you can start training all those students. And we gave them 6 months in which to do that, and in 6 months' time, they bought those pods. They bought another 30 pods, right, switches and routers, and they reduced the number now. They reduced the number to 3,000 students. So they got 3,000 students, and they're using 30 pods, right? So it works out to an average of 100 per pod. Right? Now, even that number is not ideal, right? It's not ideal. Yes, it's in Africa. It's in Africa, and it's somewhere close to you, close to Nigeria. So, but it's not Nigeria. Okay, but they've done it. This happened about 3 years back, and they've done it, right? So they now changed. So it's important as well to say that your students must be able to have the hands-on practicals. Right? It's critical that they do the hands-on practicals. Okay, now, so I started talking about where your students come from, right? I started talking about where your students come from. How many of you know where your students come from? So some of them said the surrounding area, right? Your surrounding communities, institutions. the schools, right? How many of your students are coming from schools? From schools around you? Now, and it's important, I'm bringing this topic up with management, right? How many of your academies, the students come from schools around you? So, only one, two. All of you, you as well. Institutions, not. Okay, so maybe I should start here. How many of the academies that I have here are either a FET or TVET? Any TVETs here? Vocational training centers? Universities? Universities, put your hands up. Let's see how many universities. 1, 2, 3. Not university. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the others, not universities? Yeah, polytechnics as well. So, yes, please, sorry, my apologies. So, a polytechnic and a vocational training center should be the same, right? Colleges of education. So, college of education, if you are a tertiary education institution, put your hand up. Tertiary education, right? So, polytechnic, college of education, university. Right, now the majority of you are tertiary education training institutions. Now, as management, you are in the IT department, right? Now, do you want at a tertiary level, do you want to teach someone how to use a computer? How to even start up a computer? Is that the kind of student you want coming to you? No. You don't want, I'm sure you don't want to get coming to you students who still don't know how to open a computer, right? You want students who, they know how to start up a computer, they know how to send emails, they know how to surf the internet, right? They know the basics, right? So, because if you had to do that, it's going to take up, what, the first 3 months? Now, how many of you have partnerships with your schools in your area? How many of you have partnerships with your schools? With your schools, your surrounding schools that are around you. And if you have partnerships? Because remember, that is your feeder. Or you've got partnerships, right? Why do you have the partnership? To be able to provide them with support, okay. Can anyone see where I'm trying to get to now? Anyone see where I'm trying to get to? Why you should have partnerships with the schools? Yeah?
So that once they are there, you find it easy to
Because they are your feeders, right? Those schools are feeding into your institution, right? So that's your feeder. And if you want to make sure that you're having good quality students come into your institution, you need to go there where the problem is. The problem is at the schools, they don't have the basic skills. So you need to see how you can have a partnership with those schools that are around you, so that when they come to you, they already know Word, Excel, PowerPoint, right? They know how to open a computer. They know how to surf the internet, how to send emails. Now, you know of our Get Connected? Have you heard of Get Connected? Right? So they Get Connected, and I hope the thing is recording. Okay, so they Get Connected. We are working on that Get Connected, especially here in Nigeria. Just in Nigeria, that could be with United States. We're working on a offline version for Nigeria. So you could literally take that and offer it to schools that don't have connectivity. They don't have any connectivity. At the moment, the problem is connectivity. We need to have connectivity, internet, in order to offer the course. So we're trying to work on a solution where you can then offer it to schools even if they don't have get connected. So offline version. So, but the only important thing is you have to work with the ASC. So if your ASC is Southwest Resource Center, or if your ASC is Silicon Center, right, you have to work with your ASC or have to work with your ASC, and they are the ones who can access it. So they need to work with you in seeing how to put it into the school. Right? But it's only a pilot. It will only be made available from January next year. Only from January. Now the idea being that you can use that. That's possible. All the schools around you, they don't have to have, because the biggest problem is internet. Right? Not many schools have it. So you give it to all your schools. Remember, there's no need for instructor training. So it doesn't have to be certified instructors who are doing the training. Because all the teacher needs to know is how to access the software from the server and run the intensive. And then those students who are coming out at the end of it are going to know how to start up a computer. They will know how to send emails, when they send emails to each other on the local area network, right? So the network computers. And they would know how to do basic things like how to search information. And your advantage is you're going to get students that come to you who already know how to use computers. Then maybe you can think of taking it a step further, right? And look at how you can take those children. If you're doing IT Essentials, why not take the IT Essentials to lower level? And only there you're going to have to put in curriculum. Problem is curriculum. Why I say that is because we as administrators, we need to work together. And if you want to have good quality students coming from the bottom, we need to make sure that we go to the bottom there, and whatever is happening, you influence what is happening there. But if you're going to sit up here and say, but you know, the quality of children that are coming is not good, and we're not going down there doing anything about it, it's not going to change. So this is what is meant by marketing, right? It's about creating that awareness. So one of the challenges that you have is that academies say, but no, we're not getting enough students coming to our academy. But if you are going to go and have this partnership with those schools, you have them offering the Get Connected courseware. That is already marketing. Your branding is already there. And those children know when they finish, we want to go to this academy, because you already have that relationship with the institution. Okay. Right, now the next is employee. Yes.
In my institution, we have a peculiar situation where we have low enrollment. We don't have students who make up the time to do the IT Essential course. So talking about partnership with other schools around, if we happen to partner with them with the ASC approval, so and the credit, does it come to the school? Do they have to pay my institution to do that course, or have to give it to the ASC? I don't know.
So the Get Connected is, you don't need to have certified instructors for Get Connected, and there's also no support fees for Get Connected. Right? So a Get Connected is what we call fast track academies, fast track course. All they would need to do is firstly get, who's your ASC? Joss. So they'll have to go to the ASC, right? You'll have to tell the ASC this is a school. The ASC will guide them on how to apply to be an academy. They would then get, as soon as IMO accepts it, they can immediately go and start with the Get Connected. So, and there's no need to have anyone trained.
So
Yeah.
the instructor will come from the school?
From the school, yes.
All right.
Yeah. So it has to be one of the teachers from the school. From the school, yes. Yeah.
Sorry, hello.
It's like a community outreach, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. So it's like you reaching out to the community.
Sorry, if I understand what you're saying, Alfie, what you're saying is more like creating another academy.
Yeah.
You going out, market the Cisco program to nearby schools,
Mhm.
and then so that they can also come up as a separate academy.
Yes.
and run their own affairs separately.
Yes.
So you go out, you market. Once they buy into the program, you tell the ASC, they help them with the application in conjunction with the AM,
Yeah.
and they become independent academy.
Yes,
So
but
the,
with your guidance.
with
So
the
you
guidance of the
yes, so you are like you are the big brother, right? So you take on that function as a big brother because they're next to you. I mean, the school is right on your boundary. So you're supporting them because you know you're going to benefit, right? You're going to benefit at the end of the day. And please don't commit to send your lecturers there because you don't have that bandwidth to send your lecturers to do that training. So what needs to happen is they need to have their own teachers who was exposed to the Get Connected. Yes.
I'd like to share our experience at AUN. When we left the partners event in December last year in Lagos, we did make a commitment that we're going to focus on fast-track courses, if you remember. So when we got back to AUN, what we did was we went around the secondary schools in Yola and tried to convince them to come into the... So what we did was we went round to secondary schools in Yola and tried to convince them to come into the fast track, take the fast track courses, and we piloted specifically the Get Connected program. And I can say that we were able to get as many as 700 students enrolled into the Get Connected program. And we also encourage support academies like Concordia, FCE, to also take on fast track courses and enroll students, even if they are taking courses like IT Essentials and CCNA. Yeah.
So
And we also created fast track academies for at least, we had 2 fast track academies that we created.
So you see that the demand is there, right? It's just about spreading that awareness of the academy program, going out there to the schools and telling them this is what's available to them. And it's going to benefit their students because the students, when they come out of there, are going to be ICT competent. They're not going to be ICT professionals, they will be ICT competent so they can continue in your IT department, right, if they want to take a career in IT. So definitely, definitely that demand is there. Okay, so now comes to, so you spoke about a source of getting students for your academy. We talked about how you can get quality students. We initially spoke about how to manage your academy so that you know what is happening. It's important that you are the academy contact, right? You are the academy contact. Please, if you're not the academy contact, go back and make sure that you are the academy contact, right? So that you're getting that information, those emails coming to you. You also need to have an academy success lead. The academy success lead generally needs to be your strongest instructor. Right? Your strongest instructor needs to be given the role of academy success lead. Because that person, in addition to you getting those emails, the success lead will also get that email. Right? Then, coming to academy management, there's an academy success dashboard. And you have an academy success dashboard. Now, this is where the request to all of you administrators here is that also you need to give access to the academy success dashboard to your ASC. Right? So you would have an ASC contact. Make sure that your ASC contact is also listed as one of the academy success dashboard leads. Right? Now, I know there are some academies that don't know about that, because that's the only way in which your academy success, your ASC, is going to be able to help you. So let's assume you have a challenge at your academy. Your ASC needs to be able to see what is happening with that challenge, where the challenge is, so they can help you. Yes?
that the academic specialist must be a staff from the ASC.
Yes,
So,
that is that role.
so how important it is, what is your position about that? Because there are academics that do not have anybody filling that
This is
role
what I'm saying. They need to have the ASC filling that role
as academic specialist.
as an academic specialist.
All right. So
That's just support specialist. Okay. So go back and check that. Yes.
You still need to know some thing, because from my experience as an ASC, I discovered that most academics don't know how to add users, how to give them assigned roles. For example, some academies train some instructors. They don't know that it is there. They were asking me to put that instructor in their academy, that they cannot see them, cannot see them. Some of them don't know that once an instructor is trained, it is the role of the contact person to assign roles to everybody in that academy.
Yes.
You have to take them in as a user and give them a role, either as a staff or plus an instructor or a lead instructor or whatever. Some of us don't know. Maybe we need to mention this and to guide them how to get there on the next phase.
What Akoni is mentioning is important, because as an academy contact, you are responsible for adding instructors. Like I said earlier, let's assume you are creating a class of CCNA. You need to have 2 instructors. You are responsible for adding instructors to your academy, right? You're also responsible for assigning roles to them. So you assign a role as an observer, or as an instructor, or as a success lead. So those are the roles you will assign to them. And it's important that you will have your username and password. And this happens as well. It happens quite a few times that because you go in there once, right, and you're too busy in other departments at the university, you tend to forget the username and password. Now, an instructor leaves, and you need to find a new instructor. You find a new instructor, but you can't add them to your academy because you don't know your username and password, right? So then you send an email to IMO, and IMO says, okay, he tries to contact the help desk. Help desk says, okay, you need to get Alfie's approval, so then I need to get involved. And it's a whole long process. Right? So what is good is, what is nice, and this is what you tend to do, is that if you find that you are too busy as an administrator, then my recommendation to you is, if you are too busy as an administrator, is that you get one of your senior lecturers or one of your senior staff members, and you make them the academy contact. Right? So it has to be, it's important that it's someone that you know is trustworthy and reliable. Because we don't want to have that situation where one of your instructors goes and opens a classroom somewhere else and is teaching a class there. Right? So it has to be someone that you know is trustworthy, you know that they're reliable, and if you need to know at any time what's happening, you can go in and see what's happening. Yes?
As a follow-up to what Mr. Connie has said, I think one of the major reasons why we find probably academy managers or administrators not being able to do that is that now Cisco had made orientation optional, not compulsory anymore. I think that's not a good idea. Before now it was compulsory that people have to go through orientation before they can actually manage academy, but now it's optional, so people tend to leave that, and within those orientation you find all of the tools you need as an instructor, as an administrator, to be able to manage academies. So I think maybe Cisco might have to reconsider that. Yes.
So what Celestine is saying, is talking about, there is a courseware that's called orientation courseware. So if you're a new academy and you're going to management of your academy, there's an orientation courseware which you can I'm looking at you because you said you knew, right? So there's an orientation courseware that you can go through, right? And then that is what, it tells you everything. So if you're having challenges, if you're still new, you haven't gone on the course, my advice to you is go into your academy dashboard, or go into NetSpace. It's no more called NetSpace, it's now called MyNetAcad, right? No, it's called MyNetAcad, yeah? So it's called MyNetAcad now. So you go into MyNetAcad, you go into Learn, right? And you will see that the course there is NetAcad orientation. Go through the orientation course, it's very quick. You know, you can do it at your own pace, and it tells you everything. It tells you about how to add instructors, how to add users, how to create a class. It talks to you about the grade book, how to import students into your grade book, into your class. So it takes you through all of that. You'll probably spend maybe 2 hours on that, and you'll know at a very high level how to manage your academy. Has anyone seen it? I haven't seen it as yet, but I know what it covers. Has anyone done the course? Okay. Anything else that's in the course, do you know? Yeah? Or when it was compulsory? Okay. All right, so okay. All right, good. So we've gone through marketing, we looked at managing your academy, and we looked at what I started off with. We started off with, and we looked at where your students come from. We looked at where your students come from. We looked at, do you know how many instructors you have, how many students you have, and lastly is about, yes, we are training our students. Yes, we're training students to become CCNA graduates. We're training them to become computer technicians. But is that all we want to do? Do we want them to become workers? Right? We want them to become workers. But what about making them into people who create work, create employment? So entrepreneurship. Right? How many of us are aware of the entrepreneurship course? So you're all aware of the entrepreneurship course. Now the challenge that we have is that because our timetables are so full, your timetables are so full, you don't have the time for the entrepreneurship course. But the entrepreneurship course can be self-paced. Right? It's a courseware that you don't have to teach. You don't need to have a teacher there to teach it. Right? So my advice to you is to get your instructors, and I'm speaking to you because your instructors say they don't have the time. Your instructors say they don't have the time. They only have a limited time. They can only do the CCNA in that time, and they can only do the IT essentials, and now you are saying you must do IoT, so we can only do the IoT, and we don't have the time for entrepreneurship. So the way around that is to ask your instructors to, yes, enable the class. Ask them to enable the class, inform your students, and let your students do it at their own time. In this way, you're making sure that your students, yes, they're coming out with the technical skills, but you're also giving them some kind of knowledge of how to set up their own business. So that when you come out of the problem, you don't know. We don't know. Maybe, 5-10 years from now, one of those students have started a business. Right? It's because they have been given that opportunity to learn on how to start a business, how to be your own boss. Okay, any questions? Yes.
Mine is not a question. Mine is a contribution. I used to work with the university. I got the university to start the academy. I started as a student, and eventually, through the entrepreneurship, I realized, I have the potential of starting up my own business. And today, I'm proud to see I own an academy myself. where I'm also training other guys. I'm also giving them the entrepreneurial skills. I'm giving them the opportunity to be TAs for a while they take the TA, they support me in training. From time, then I get them to take the instructorship. They also become instructors. Then eventually encourage them to apply to have an academy and also set up their own business. That is one way I'm also doing my little way that I can.
Excellent. There's a success story, right? This from the entrepreneurship. Well done. Great.
And you see, with the entrepreneurship thing, it's a very good package from Cisco. You know, those of us in the ASA going around to talk to people, institutions all around, each time we sell the idea to them, and the question they ask is that some of them run through the course. It's a very rich course, but the Cisco thing is just creating an entrepreneurship in IT world alone. They are saying, why not make it flexible so that in some institutions, they ask all their students to run through entrepreneurship course. Because the in thing now is everybody becoming your own boss. So they want the opportunity to be given to all other departments that are non-computer science. So that, I don't know if we can make it a more flexible thing. Although somebody like us can adapt it to some other areas. But most of the examples there is on IT, how to start an IT, how to start your own cafe, doing this. IT. So maybe later to make it more flexible because people need this, and we are using this to sell some other programs in some other institutions. Because when you get to them and talk of entrepreneurship, you want to listen. So, I don't know.
You're writing. So more for general entrepreneurship. But see, the thing is, the challenge that we have is our courses is IT focused, right? The training that we do is IT focused, and it needs to be geared for our students. Our students have that flair for IT, so those students who have an inclination towards being starting their own companies or being an entrepreneur. The whole idea is to say, okay, let's talk to them about entrepreneurship in this line. So at the same time, we don't want to have a general entrepreneurship course, because there are general entrepreneurship courses out there as well. Right? Then how do we then, if you put a general entrepreneurship course out there, and you come back and say, but Alfie, these are IT students, can we not have an IT entrepreneurship course? You understand? So it's back and forth. Yes?
Change from the general entrepreneurship to technopreneurship.
Technopreneur, okay.
Yeah, because technology or IT with entrepreneurship.
I would suggest that the packet tracer activities should be expanded to include, so that even when we teach our students the IT aspect, those other students who are interested in that entrepreneurship, we can easily have some applications from that packet tracer activities to teach them. For example, let's say estate management. And you have some symbols like buildings and all that, how you can buy some things from the market and then come and maybe set up such kind of, that task. If a packet tracer can include something like that, it will be more interesting.
That's really transforming packet tracer altogether, right? It's a big transformation. Yes.
In the Aspire game, the Cisco Aspire game, that one really brings in your skills, your IT skills and your business skills. Right. Trying to set up a business, a cyber cafe for guys, and then there you still go to the bank to get loan to buy this and that. So, that one is.
Yeah, so they can use your Cisco Aspire, right? You can use Cisco Aspire there, although Aspire is not being updated anymore, right? So you can use Cisco Aspire, and then you also have Be Your Own Boss. Have you had a look at Be Your Own Boss? Be Your Own Boss is a selection of videos, because many entrepreneurs, the challenge that we have with entrepreneurs is that yes, you have this fantastic idea, you want to start your own business, and because you are this good kind of person, you want to be good to everyone, and you don't know how to be a boss. So the idea behind Be Your Own Boss is where it teaches you how to really be, yes, you'll be good to everyone, but at the same time you need to be a good boss as well. Right? So it takes you through these videos where you have people talking about how they manage the companies, how they address challenges that they've had, how they overcome it. And that is the idea of Be Your Own Boss. Okay, so we spoke about employment, employability, and I should be finishing, but there's something very important I want to talk about. Yes.
Mine is just a short question. Like the Cisco bundle, how much does it go for now?
That's what I'm going to talk about.
Oh.
Okay, so most importantly is now, we should actually, other groups will be coming in soon. Okay, is your own lab bundles. Do you know about lab bundles? Especially if you are doing training CCNA, CCNA security, CCNP. Right? You need to have at least, if you have say 100 children, you need to have at least 2 pods. Right? Meaning 2 pods, 2 sets, meaning that is 6 switches and 6 routers. And that needs to be in a lab. That's 2 pods. Before it was called a bundle, the bundle was 6. Right? The bundle used to be 6, now it's called a pod. A pod has 3. Right? Because why we broke it down into pods is because it was not difficult for you to buy 1.5 pods, or 1.5 bundles. You couldn't buy 1.5. So now you can buy, if you want 9, you can buy 3 pods. Right? So it's much easier. Right? 3 switches and 3 routers in 1 pod. Right? Are they coming in? No. Okay. So you can buy, make sure you have your equipment is refreshed as, in fact, every 5 years. Every 5 years you will notice that there's a change that comes about where the routers or the switches that we use is generally upgraded. Now, this is something we're coming close to. We're coming close to this by next year. By next year, this time, you're probably going to need to look at how you can start refreshing your equipment. So it's important that you as management from now start look at saving towards upgrading your equipment around next year this time. Right? The cost of 1 pod, is, I'm giving you an estimate, just an estimate, right? It excludes your shipping cost, excludes handling and transport, all of that. It's going to cost you about $4,000. Right? That's the cost. $4,000 for 1 pod, excluding shipping and handling costs. Right? So if you're going to buy 2 pods, it's going to cost you about $8,000. Now remember, that is after you've gotten the discount, right? That pod costs about $17,000. That's the cost of it. We give you the discounted price of about $4,000. Okay, so that's for your CCNA bundle. Now, if you are you're deciding to offer CCNA security, my advice to you is that don't buy a separate CCNA pod and a separate CCNA security pod. You buy one time, you purchase a CCNA security pod, because you can always use your CCNA security pod to teach your CCNA. There, the cost is an extra, I think it's about $700, so you can probably need to budget, say, $4,700 or $4,800. Right? And that way now you can teach both CCNA security and CCNA. CCNP is not cheap. CCNP after the discount, the CCNP pod cost about $15,000 to $16,000, 1 pod, right? So it's quite a large investment. So they only, if you're certain that you're going to have students coming through to do CCNP, then only you look at buying the CCNP pod. Okay, now how do you purchase it? How do you purchase it? Your equipment around this time next year, how are you going to purchase it? You would be informed, yes, there's changes coming about. There may be changes coming about in those pods. You will then find a reseller. Okay, we're almost finished now. So you'll find a reseller, right? A Cisco certified reseller. You'll go to them and you tell them, importantly, you must tell them that you are a certified Cisco Academy, right? And you need to give them your academy number. You'll have an academy number. If you don't give them your academy number, and if you don't, or you don't tell them your Cisco Academy, then you're going to pay $16,000 for one pod. Right? They're not going to give you that discount because they need to have your academy name and your academy number in order for them to get the discount from us, and that, so that they can pass it on to you. Okay, any questions on that?
I want to ask a question. Why was HIM retired? I mean, sorry, yes, Health Information Networking, HIN. And then when do you retire a class?
You have a question on the equipment? I'll come back to the HIN.
Can an academy be a reseller for equipment?
If you have a lot of money, yes. If you have a lot of money, yes, because you need to put down about $2 million first, right? And you need to then also have certified CCIEs on your staff and certain CCNPs. So if you have a lot of money, you can, yeah? You can become a reseller. Okay, now HIN, the question was, why have we retired Health Information Network? Very simple, right? If I am manufacturing, if I'm making yogurt, right, and I decide I'm going to sell this flavor that's called bananas and orange. Bananas, orange, and mango, and that's the flavor I'm selling, right? I put it out there in the market, and no one is buying it. Am I still going to produce it? No. That's exactly what happened to HIN. We put it out there, no one wants it. It was only less than 0.3% of the academy community used the course. So that's the reason why it was not continued. Okay, so this put there self-paced HIN, right? Self-paced HIN. Okay, we look into that.
Please, looking at the curriculum for that health information networking, the curriculum was not really a broad curriculum. It was targeted for American health system.
Yeah, that is only chapter 2. Chapter 2 is American. You have to change the date because in the first 2 American laws, what you have to do is, I think it's chapter 2. You have to then do your own research which pertains to your own laws in country.
Okay.
Everything else is then general. Everything else is general.
Okay.
Is there any trade-off? Any trade-off, just like a support to academies? Do you have any trade-off plan for equipment in Cisco? For example, some academies have the 1200. They have a 1800. Is it possible for them to give it back to Cisco, put some little money, you give them new ones? Like you have in America, in the UK, you have some items, you can just trade it off, drop it off, they give you new ones, the current ones. Some companies do it. If you have an old phone and there's a new one, you bring that one, you pay some little money, and you have the current, is it doable?
I see Akoni is listening to all the iPhone ads, eh? All the iPhone ads is listening to that. Yeah. So no, we don't, unfortunately don't have that, right? Simply because if you do have the program, yeah, you see that there's a challenge behind that. If you do have the program, then we need to find a way of disposing that equipment. And because we are a US company, it has to be environmentally safe, right? And we're not saying that, yes, our equipment is not environmentally safe. They are environmentally safe. But then how do we dispose of it? It becomes a challenge. Yeah. Okay, so one last question. Because, yes, we do have a big recycling plant there, but then how do we get it there?
Some of our schools, we need some old, if you can get some old switches, just to do our local LAN for these very poor schools. Most of these things that you have in your stores or your partners, you can give it to states. They will love it so much. They can use it for their local LAN and all these small things we are talking about already offline. Instead of just keeping them in your offices in US and all this stuff, bring them to Africa, give it to Nigeria, we send them to schools, and it will be appreciated. And it will be one of Cisco's partnership given to the less privileged. You can think of that. Or do I send a mail?
You can do that, right? You can work with IMO on that, right? And IMO will see. So remember, Cisco, we don't have that equipment with us. We sell to our partners, so our customers. So what will need to happen is we need to see how we can create this partnership between you, the academy, and one of the customers. So that when the customers then are buying new equipment, they can give you that old equipment. Okay, good. So last question before we're getting to come in.
Quickly, I would just like to ask if there are measures being taken to prevent smart students, so to say, from having access to some of their assessment questions online. Because I've come to see that some of these students, I don't know how they get it, but eventually they get questions, and then they just go to their assessment chapters, and it's the same. I don't know how.
So the question here is there a way of preventing our children, our students, from going to the mind dumps where they're getting the questions and answers? There's no way of doing that. We can't prevent them. We can't stop them. It's not only a problem that we have with the Cisco courseware. You have the same thing with Microsoft, with Oracle, with HP, Dell, or whoever. So all of the courseware, you have the same thing. There's these mind dumps that are always springing up. But what you should do, what you can do, and this is where your instructors can get involved, is they create their own packet tracer-based activities, right? Packet tracer-based assessments. So in that way, that can't be online because you are creating it, you have your own questions, and you give that to those students. And those students can go to all the mind dumps. They will not find it because yours is different. Right? So you need to create the packet tracer-based assessments. That is something that we brought in with MyNetAcad when that was created 2 years ago, simply because of those mind dumps. Right. Okay, so thank you guys. Thanks all managers. Thanks for your contribution. What I spoke about, what is I think important that we work on is where our feed is coming from, where our students are coming from. If we can start looking at that, start partnering with the schools that are around us, then you're going to ensure that you have quality students who are coming all the way. Good, thank you. So we can have a break now. Okay, can you hear me?